Top of the morning. What's going on, everybody? Having some slight PC issues, so we could possibly be on and off today, but working on it.
Damn, you're up early.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bullish. Dbloc up before 11 a.m. Let's go. I'm all in.
What does it mean if Dbloc is still up at 11 a.m.?
Well, that might be a little bearish.
Yo. You're up early, bro.
Yeah, it's been one of those nights.
Oh, so you've been up all night?
Yeah, man, I haven't gone to sleep.
I usually miss you because you go to bed right when I wake up usually.
Having some PC issues. Something's wrong with the damn Ethernet adapter. Microsoft computer's reading it. Is something wrong? I'm gonna have to buy a PCIe Ethernet adapter and just add a second adapter to the PC. I have a
Did you
feeling
update its drivers and
found
everything?
that's the problem. It won't let me update the driver because it's recognizing it as the wrong thing. And then I looked into the motherboard and it said the motherboard has some sort of issue. It's sort of well known for the Ethernet shit. So easy fix is just get a PCIe card, add a second Ethernet adapter, and just go around the whole thing.
You could do shared performance. You can use a laptop to do the stream, and then like the heavy apps that you have on, you could have your computer, and they can share screens.
It has nothing.
So the laptop just like,
it's the bit rate. It's the internet that's coming in. I'm only getting
okay.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be getting like 2.5 gigs on that thing as a top, and I'm getting 0.008.
Oh, that's not good, bro.
No, I'm getting
Did you
throttled.
connect it with,
My Ethernet's getting like heavily throttled.
did you connect it without the adapter, like straight?
The adapter is connected to the motherboard.
Oh.
Yeah, it's built in.
Mm-hmm.
Dbloc, it would be cheaper for you to buy a new motherboard instead of buying a PCIe card because
PCIe cards are like $20.
yeah, but they're shit. Trust me, I've built PCs for a living a couple of years back for $20. If it's not compatible, you're gonna have tons of issues, especially if you're gonna go up to 2.5 gigs of speed. I'm sitting at 8.5 gigs right now. It's FiberNet. I've tried the PCIe card option. Trust me, I've had 4 different ones. Unless you go for like $500-600 one, forget about it. That's my advice.
Okay.
And mind you, I have a motherboard that costs 1,400 euros. Even then, it was shit.
Yeah, I'll look into it and see what the best options are.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Make sure you have the right Ethernet cable, because if you're going below Cat 6e, you're not gonna get the speeds you want.
Yeah, I'm at Cat 6.
Okay, then you should be fine. My opinion, it's
Yeah,
cheaper.
that means it's that means it's your provider right now. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No,
So
it's
you
I'm
got
telling
the
you,
hardware
it's the
right.
Ethernet. I'm telling you, it's the Ethernet. It's the Ethernet driver. I've been researching this shit all night.
Anyways,
I could
are
have
you
saved you the
up
time.
because you're waiting for the 200D? Are you waiting for this to lick the 200 EMA on the 15 and just see what happens?
No, I'm thinking this goes down. I don't think that 200 is gonna stop it.
Yeah, I still have my shorts on. I'm just like looking at I'm staring at the 200 right now. I want to go like,
Waiting all day
do
yesterday
something
to
else.
take profit as that 50 EMA broke. So.
But opening
Yeah,
a
it took
position now
forever.
wouldn't be smart.
Oh my God, those tops. I'm like, oh, I like hit the top 4 times. Couple hours. That's crazy. I'm done with my long. Did you take profit already, D?
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just watching the 200. Let's see how reckless it gets on the 200.
Yeah, I probably bought early because I just scooped up some Doge here.
If it does nothing, if it still keeps going down, then I go to bed.
Midweek reversal. Wizard, it's not that. Is that everybody's coming in with different levels. Right, so as new people come in, depending on their mic, I've got to adjust them. So when somebody new comes in that hasn't talked, usually their mic is blasting.
That dominance. Look at that dominance. Looks scary. It looks ready to break.
Yeah, I didn't even have to look at ETH when I saw dominance. I knew it gave all that shit back.
Yeah.
Yo, D, so might be a stupid question, but the line that we're waiting for is the thick purple one, right?
Yeah, I'm looking to come down at least to the 800. Clear all these liquidations. We could possibly catch support at 106. But I think they go get it.
Okay, thanks.
It is actually kind of interesting to see. I don't know if you guys remember last night, but these liquidations were thick all the way up. Whoever
You
has
said
a
something
baby
along
has
the
an open mic.
You said something along the lines, if that Bitcoin takes too long to go down, that the 800 would go up, and
Yeah, the 800 could move its way up and get a little bit higher, but 800 moves slowly. 200's already pushed way up. But yeah, the 800 when we were here waiting for a drop was all the way down at 104. Right, so it's already made its way up to like 105.
okay, thanks, man.
Yep. Yeah, Dooms. 800 is the 200 on the hour. 200 on the hour. 200 is the 50 on the hour.
Yeah, I decided to jump in just because I was like, all right, I got a bunch more coin here at this level. And that's the goal for me, every scalp to make at least 10,000 more Dogecoin. This one was 11G, so I was like, all right, back in it.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, I've been always quick to get in and quick to get out. That's it could be a problem, it could be safe, but it's been working. So not been working on the portfolio dollar value, but on the portfolio coin count, it's been working like a champ.
Circle's getting a little pump. So GG's everybody who swung at that tip. Holds. I don't necessarily love that it left another gap right in the old gap that we had to come down to because it left a gap. Here we are. I was having this conversation last night, and this with a couple of drunk bears. Dudes that I check in with every once in a while. And they were having that conversation about Max Payne. It was funny. They were just throwing out the craziest numbers. And then my homeboy out of nowhere, he's probably the biggest bear out of all of them. He was wasted. He was like, let's keep it real. Max Payne was at 79 when we should have bought and didn't. I was dying.
Yeah, for real.
I was dying.
That is, man. Then getting thrown around like in position or looking for it's like missing those buy-ins. I think hurt more than being
Yeah, because you gotta hustle
know?
for it now. You gotta hustle for your entry.
Yeah, man, totally. And it's crazy because looking back, like historically now, like all the big positions that I kind of, lost my position in, I can't catch up now. Years later, a year later, like the Pepe amount I had, I can't catch up to that. Bitcoin amount I had like 5 years ago, I'm never gonna catch up to. I mean, let's never say never, but I don't think I'll be able to catch up to that. That was like 22 Bitcoin.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
But that's still a good sign. That shows that like this market is so in growth. It's just like if people are playing catch up on the macros, it's a good sign. Like I'm even trying to catch up now to my Doge count that I had a year and a half ago. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Yeah, we're retesting that 50 from underneath. A lot of active buyers coming across the tape. Showing some aggression. %65.8% on dominance. Nuts.
Something's got to give sooner or later.
I wonder what Fed Watch is at this morning. We checked last night, but this sort of this drumbeat is getting louder for a cut in June. I mean in July. Yeah, it hasn't changed yet. 26.9%.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good.
What a move by the whales.
Chances
Trying
of
to
a
get
cut.
everybody out of their positions, man.
Chances of a cut in September have gone up to over 90%.
Wow. Chances of getting a cut, right?
Yeah, and chances of getting a cut in July are at about 26%.
Yeah, I think July. They're gonna skip July. How about August?
It's moving up, man. I saw it go from 12 to 26% in 2 days.
There was something. Oh yeah, I wanted to share this to you, D. There was something that this guy that I listened to, he's a journalist, that was really important with what he said. So today Trump is actually interviewing 4 candidates to replace Powell, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean yesterday. So here's the thing: the guy he likes the most has already kind of set what his plans are when Powell leaves, and the journalist was saying about like your market decision, therefore, not Powell.
Yeah, it's called a lame duck strategy.
Yeah. What does
Damn,
that?
there
What is
goes
that?
my. Hold on a second.
No political clout left because he's the guy on the, he's the lame duck. He's the one that's going out the door, and they got to start prepping for what's coming around the corner.
Yeah. So this guy that I listen to, he's part of the Easy Algo team. He's a trader also. He says like, so instead of trying to look for quantitative easing and the things that we hoped for from Powell, we have to now look at what's this guy's plans are for his first year. Because if he comes in at May or next year, right? May or April.
He comes in after our bull market, so it doesn't matter what he thinks, unfortunately. But the strategy is just that. The strategy is just if you name the replacement, then people will look for guidance from him. The problem is that he can't do shit until he comes in, and that does nothing for our bags. Right? That's the only issue that we have with it. So, like it or not, Powell is Powell's who controls our bags for the next, 6 months.
So even though like whales like look at it as a bullish statement, we still have to look at Powell for what happens to our bags.
Yeah, they're not gonna
know
go.
That we have a certain amount of time.
They're not gonna go risk on just because the new guy says something. Listen to what Trump says really carefully when he complains about Powell. He says, "I don't understand why he just won't cut. If inflation comes back, just raise rates." You know what that'll do to us?
I actually heard that.
Bro, do you know what that would do to our bags? If Powell was to cut and 2 months later, inflation reels its head and he raises rates?
and
That-
dry everything up.
Bro, that's the type of like emotional reactive sort of shit that we don't need at the Fed. That'll send shivers through the system, bro. People will automatically take all their money and squirrel it away and stop spending because of
It's a
fear of a
problem.
recession, and that'll make things even worse.
That's a problem with Trump. He's always just looking 1 minute ahead. The Fed's got to look months and years ahead and
Yeah.
plan for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Half
exactly.
a decade to a decade ahead. He has to look at his entire term because that's his legacy also.
And they keep pointing at that rate cut that he did before the election, and they're saying, "Oh, it's so political. Why won't he do it now?" Well, why won't he do it now? Because what happened after they cut rates? Inflation came back. That's the biggest fear that he has, that they cut too early. Inflation comes back. People lose faith in the Fed, and inflation becomes entrenched, and we run into like a 1970s style, decade-long
They also
recession.
didn't they turn the printer on? Pretty heavy though. Right after that, they cut the rates and they put the printer on.
We were still in quantitative tightening.
Oh, it was okay.
Yeah, but they cut too early, right? Some of the good numbers that they were getting were just transitory. Numbers got bad again, even with the cut. And what that does is it makes people feel like, wow, things are so bad that the Fed can't control it. We just got to
This
stick
is
it out with
right.
them for a little bit longer, man. We're about to get these cuts.
If you're
Does this
prepping
move-
to get off the fiat standard, would it make sense to not cut it? Like, say they're prepping to really go for a state back or Fed backed digital dollar, and
This is the
it's
problem.
not going to be. Yeah,
This is the problem. Rates being high means it's more expensive to pay for things. So just paying our interest on the debt, the difference between a 0.25 cut, just paying the interest on the debt is about 900 billion. The difference between having the rates here or having the rates lower. So Trump's thing is that there's payments coming up. He wants them to be as cheap as possible. With the rates this high, it's too expensive to make payments, and it's sort of stunting risk assets, which he needs to look good going into the midterms. So it's a lot of short-term problems that he's trying to fix, but he wants Powell to make a decision that's going to have long-term effects to just fix a short-term problem. They said by 2030, social services and debt repayment will take up all of the revenue. It'll take everything the country makes just to make our payments and to take care of the social responsibilities that we have. There'll be no money left for anything else.
Yeah, the boomer kids are retiring by that time, and there's a lot of kids from that era.
Yo, D, you pulling an all night, or did you wake up early?
Man, I don't even know what life is right now. I'm here though.
Bro. You a rock star, man. I don't know how you do it. That's crazy.
Dude, trust me. Like, I know how D feels, man. Like, this is it. The sacrifices he's gonna make right now doesn't matter, man. Like, in a couple months.
No, I totally understand that part, but like, man, I just passed out randomly on my desk last night.
Oh, there's a non-zero
action.
chance I end up face down on the desk, snoring into an open mic. Stay tuned.
I was talking to you last night. We were talking about the chart, right? Then I went quiet. Dude, I passed out right in front of my laptop, like right on my chair, bro.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that because I thought I didn't think I was the only one, but I thought there wasn't many of us.
Nah, yeah, I don't get it. At any time during the day, if I leave the chart and go sit down on the couch, I will pass cold out. And that's like on a regular day. But let me get off here at night when it's time to go to bed. The second I sit on the couch, bro, I got a second wind, like if I just woke up. This is the worst thing ever.
Man, I'm telling you guys, man, health is the ultimate wealth, and you guys are slowly killing yourselves with this lack of sleep.
Hmm.
The brain, it's like, you
True.
know, it charges. That's when you plug in. When you sleep, that's when your brain charges into the ether. And
more
that's
money.
how you charge your brain.
Drew,
I'll
you are
bet.
100% right. You are not wrong at all, my man. Health is
Some of the
wealth, everybody.
trades
That's
I've
so
taken
true.
in, lack of sleeps, your emotions, everything, your mental state, everything, the things that you're doing, the decisions you make, it's just different when you've had a good amount of sleep.
I don't know. My operating system was sort of built breaking night almost every weekend. So
Well, yeah.
48 hours for
New
me
York.
isn't too crazy. But yeah, my cognitive skills definitely declined. I told y'all
Yeah, and if you do
last
those,
time I stayed up, I told y'all I was like, bro, I'm running off like half mast. So
and if you do it repetitively, it has long term effects. That's the thing. Like, yeah, here and there, you know, sporadically, a 48-hour, you know, burn the midnight oil. But if you end up doing that a lot, it's like 10, 15, 20 years down the road, you're going to be paying the price. You know, it's like your brain's going to start feeling that what you did 10 years ago. You
yeah,
know,
no,
it's
I feel
crazy.
you. I feel you. I don't. Please believe me, I don't fight it. If I'm up, it's because I have energy. The second I'm
Yeah,
tired, I'll lay down and go to bed. What happened was I got off last night and I started doing some research and I went down a crazy nerd rabbit hole. And I don't know, that shit just woke me up. And then I had PC
yeah.
issues and I spent the last 3 hours trying to figure out this Ethernet bullshit.
Yeah, I guess that's the key thing, not to fight it. You know, as long as you're not fighting, you find yourself fighting. It's like
Nah, I
you're
don't
like
fight it. Nah,
forcing
that's
yourself to
crazy,
stay
bro.
awake.
Your body's giving you all
Yeah,
the signs you need to lay down and you're just like pushing through it. Nah, I don't do that.
yeah, that's no bueno. Yeah.
My sleep bank is pretty full. I mean, my sleep schedule is screwed. But
Oh, remember that run up?
I get my 9-10 hours.
That's good.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like I might go to sleep at 6 in the morning, but I'm not waking up till 3 or 4.
that's how cats do it. You got
You know?
that cat in you.
That run up we had from like 78, 80K all the way to all time high. That was like about a 3 week period. That was crazy. That was my like first few weeks with you guys, and I was like just watching what you guys were doing, and I barely slept for 3 weeks. Just like, what is going on?
Yeah, I
Especially
can't
when
do
we
that for
passed
like an
90K.
extended
Oh,
period of time or I'm screwed.
no sleep. So what's going on here? Like market makers just kind of licking everybody, telling everybody to get away from the trade.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're in this range. So we broke the 50, but we held support. Remember we were talking about that we were talking about our market maker pattern,
Hmm.
right? That brought us up. So we were looking at our W formation, rise 1, retrace, rise 2, retrace, rise 3. So at this point, at rise 3, you look for your M pattern, right? That's going to top you out. I don't know what the hell is wrong with this magnet. So you would look for an M pattern that tops you out, right? The second option is that you consolidate. If you get a consolidation at the top of a wave 3, then there's a chance that you're going for an extension, which is another 3 waves, right? So instead of retracing 3 waves and resetting, it resets at the top of the third. But we're future tripping here. We just
Wait,
gotta
but
let it
you
play
mean,
out.
quick question, on the reset, it resets with the consolidation, right? Or is it reset
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
it
three-way
resets
bar?
on the consolidation, right?
Gotcha,
So
gotcha.
it basically
So when we were
forms a
consolidating
W
for a day, that was
where it should form an M, and then you start your count again.
so that entire day of just like going kind of sideways, that accumulation, that was actually the corrective waves already.
Yeah, like it'll correct sideways instead of correcting down, basically.
Huh.
But
Learned
we
something
still
new.
don't, like I said, we still don't know But that's what's happening here. Remember, we spent the whole day yesterday with me telling you don't jump in front of it. Don't jump in front of it, right? So let's just let it play out. Keep coming down, circle.
Are you shorting circle? Are you looking for a bigger
No,
buy?
I took a little profits when I saw it top out here. I'm waiting to get back in, but I got a couple of DCAs down into this gap, and
Yeah,
then I had some
I've been
orders
staring
that
at that chart.
didn't
When
fill.
is the Kraken IPO happening? I saw your picks for that pre-IPO. Like you got
I don't
Neuralink
know,
and
bro,
Kraken,
but
right?
that shit upset me. Drew, I was showing them this pre-IPO site, but you have to
Mm-hmm.
be sophisticated.
You have to be at least five
You have to be accredited.
Yeah.
5
million
million,
in
I
that.
think.
5 million in the bank.
Damn.
Over
Usually,
500,000 a year, plus 5 mil in the bank.
damn. Because to be credited, it's 200K and then 1 mil liquid.
No, this was even worse, bro.
Damn.
This was even
Yeah,
worse.
man.
But it's like basically like a DEX for IPOs, right? So this is where everybody went and bought their circle before it dropped. Like you can buy Kraken right now. Kraken's already up almost 100% pre-IPO.
Wow.
So just reminds you, bro, how
man,
nasty
right
it
there,
is on
right.
legacy. This is why we're here, bro. This is why we're doing what we're doing, because for the longest they've been hiding all the great opportunities behind these bullshit accreditations, yo.
For real.
This might be a
Question.
stupid question, but go ahead, Ghost.
No, mine's even more stupid. So you can go ahead. You
What's
first.
accreditation, or what was that
You
that
have
you're
to be
saying
an
that they used
accredited
to hide it?
investor, right? So you have to meet certain metrics to be considered an accredited investor. Usually it's $1 million in the bank, and that's $1 million that you can't, like, that's $1 million that has to remain in your bank, static in your bank.
It has to be liquid, yeah.
Yeah, which means you can't like borrow $1 million from a homie, get your accreditation, give the $1 million back.
Yeah, no, but where did you say they used to hide it behind?
No, so I'm
Well,
saying
that's the mechanism they hide it behind.
that's these are
Oh,
opportunities
I
that
got you.
normal investors don't get.
Yeah, I see now.
Right.
I got you.
Whereas in crypto, we can jump on the DEX and buy something that hasn't listed on an exchange yet. On Legacy, the only way you can buy something that hasn't listed on NASDAQ yet or hasn't listed on NYSE yet is by going through one of these pre-IPO things, and you have to have bank.
That
5
makes sense.
million,
I see.
5
Appreciate that.
million in the bank that you can't touch is crazy.
Yeah, that is insane.
It's probably mostly for institutional investors.
Don't change. So I'm the chump. We can't find that change.
Pepin, what are the odds that I messaged you at 10 in the morning, bro? You better block that scammer. All right, guys, be careful. Scammers are out heavy right now. If I messaged you in the last 24 hours, immediately, well, first tell me to go screw myself, and then block and, yeah, block
Hey, I
and
don't think
mute
it's
and do
just in
all
the
that
last
shit.
24 hours, Dbloc. I think
Yeah, if I've ever messaged, if I ever send you a friend request first, or message you trying to show you anything, it's not me. That definitely was not me, Polly.
If you guys ever saw me showing anything, that wasn't me. That was this dude named Kit.
The guy that
He
likes
used to
to
show
talk blood.
Kit disappeared though. He used to show a lot of BS on the timeline. He's gone though.
Yeah. Yeah, Diaries, that's the first line. I see that you joined the group. I just want to see how you're doing, ask you about your trades, and then they'll try to sell you some copy trading thing. Yeah, if it can
Yeah, for a
climb
while
back over the 50 after that, it would be bullish. Yeah, if it could hold there. Would you say, Drew?
I had some carbon copies on Instagram trying to get people to invest in like some scammy stuff. I behind you was biscuit, straight up, man. Buddy, good Mike.
Buddy. Yeah, it's Dbloc with extra letters or extra dots or a hash or hey, listen, when the scammers are getting desperate to buy the dips and buy the rips, then you know it's almost time, right? If they're working double time right now, that means they're trying to accumulate.
Are you telling me those messages saying that you want to father my children aren't true?
Wait, so those girls that have been hitting me up, they don't really like me?
Now, that girl wearing the bikini that wants to talk to you about Bitcoin on WhatsApp is a dude.
Yeah, that is the annoying thing about WhatsApp, just getting random added to groups. Maybe I gotta go play with my settings.
It's a different indicator, Diaries. It's liquidation levels by Leviathan. Depends on how the vector was built, CM. Right? And a good rule of thumb is when things are bullish, a vector to the downside only has to fill 50%. Right? When things are bearish, vectors to the top only have to fill 50%. We popped up right here and we filled this entire vector, right? But we have this top vector. But if you notice how much of that top vector was filled by that wick and how much of that vector was filled by this wick here, doesn't really leave a lot. And if we go down on the 5 minute, or if we put a square around that candle and go down to the 1 minute, right, then you can see really how it, like, what made up that candle. So the vector that's left would be about that big. Basically that the size of that support. but more than half of that vector has been filled. So you see the red vector down. You take your measuring tool. And you measure the size of the vector. You see where 50% of that vector line is. You see where we rejected off of. No problem, CM. I don't see them getting that ETF without it, man. I was hoping. I thought maybe it'd play out where they'd accept that request, and then the ETF would be the next announcement.
Yeah.
Momentum shift on the 5, but it has to hold here. But yeah, probably just. Yeah, my bit rate is still all over the place. I'm surprised it's held up. We're gonna make it do what it does, though.
These bulls are still trying to push here a little bit. 1074, trying to hold. I mean, can the alts just wake up? It's about time. Bitcoin's able to show off. It's like, yo, I've had wars, I've had bombs, I've had everything. I'm still hanging above 100, comfy above 100. 107. It's like, come on, Heath, wake up the crew. If you can't do it, Doji's gonna have to do it. We don't want that to happen. Or maybe Solana's gonna wake up the crew. But someone's got to wake up the crew pretty soon because it's about time.
Hey, Dbloc, a quick question. With the cycle and more on the macro side, what are your thoughts that we're coming into summer, like actual summer, and into more of a stagnant part of money of people investing? Do you think we're gonna just kind of go sideways more, or do you think we're actually gonna push during July?
If we don't get a rate cut, then it could very well be a dead summer. Very well be a dead summer. I hate to say it, and I hate to keep pulling this chart up. Others BTC. So we've talked about it having to come back to these ranges, right? Or at least my theory of it having to come back to these ranges before we can really pull off. ETH BTC is already there, right? Now, a couple things could stop it from coming all the way down and give us an explosive summer across all the alts, right? I think Bitcoin will do well. I think also do fine, but we're talking about something that, moves the majority of alts, not just like narrative wise. If we get that cut in July, this changes direction. if they stop quantitative tightening, this could possibly change direction. But I mean, look at it on the weekly. Even if we were catching falling knives, we wouldn't swing at this yet. Right? And I know this is just the average of all the alts. And somebody out there is like, well, my alt is doing all right. Well, I'm not talking about your alt. Right? I'm talking about everybody else's alt except for yours. But the more alts
does that include like the micros, like the really
yeah,
small
this is
micros?
others. This is others is from mid cap down.
Is there a way like others you can like range it so it's nothing under like let's say 100 mil?
No.
No. Uh-huh.
But what I'm saying is you could pick one or two coins and beat this, right? But if you're holding 10 coins, right, the more coins you have, the closer to this average you get. Right? One or two coins, you could probably beat this. If you've got 10, 20 coins, chances are your portfolio kind of looks like this chart. Small spikes that get taken back, spikes that get taken back, and you're losing ground.
Right there. That's what my bags look like for months.
Trying to hold on this 50 here on Bitcoin.
Appreciate that, Dbloc.
Yeah.
And so if they don't cut rates in July, since everybody's not expecting it but wanting that and expecting that, could we see a big dump?
That's the
if
problem.
They don't?
That's the problem. I wish they were more stealthy about it, right? Like, there's two ways to think of it. Usually when they make a pivot, they don't do it in secret. Right? They slowly have the governors come out and make little comments. Right? They'll have Nick the Snitch come out and make some sort of post about, quantitative tightening ending or cuts coming in. So it's possible that they're signaling that they're going to do it because they don't want to like shock the market. But it's possible that we're getting a bit of a dissentment in the ranks. This is what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the governors that are going to be there at the Fed after Powell leaves, trying to make it look like they're doing everything they can to make him cut to look good for the next guy. Right? President wants you to cut. Boss is like, I'm not cutting. Well, maybe I should bring it up in a couple meetings and be on record as for I was for this cut, but Powell didn't want to. So when the next guy comes in, they don't clean house. Right? Because if everybody stands with Powell, then it's gonna be like, you get what I'm saying? So the problem is we don't know what games they're playing. We don't know if they've been talking about these cuts because they're actually gonna happen, or if they've been talking about these cuts because Trump is on a rampage and they're trying to stay off his shit list. The problem with it is that everybody's getting hopes for it. Everybody's getting their hopes up. And you're right. If enough people get their hopes up and we don't get it, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, totally agree. I appreciate all that, man.
Yeah. I watched this dude streaming from the Eiffel Tower yesterday, 2 days ago. Who was it? I think DDG was streaming. And it looked like that shit got hit by a tornado. They had some massive rainstorm with big winds, but it legit looked like a tornado just came down and swallowed up the Eiffel Tower. You couldn't even see it. Trees were getting knocked down. All the cafes were getting wrecked. People were running and shit.
That sounds hectic.
Yeah. Oh, you saw it, Lippy? Yeah, it looked bad. It looked bad. the dude that was streaming just started screaming tornado and running. But yeah, apparently it was just one of the biggest rainstorms they've had in a long time, if not ever.
Yeah, rain in Paris and then hail everywhere else.
They all
Pretty
got
bad.
inside this store. There was like 50 people, maybe 70 people in this store. Dude's in there trying to keep his streaming equipment dry. And somebody started screaming, pickpocket, pickpocket. And then everybody started bugging out.
Dude, that guy's super funny.
I thought the pickpockets were bad in New York, but apparently they got it marinated to like a science in France.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and they're all Romanians. All the pickpocketers in France are about 98% Romanians.
yeah, when you get on the elevator on the Eiffel Tower, there's these big signs, you know, watch out for pickpockets, directly on the elevator and in the elevator.
What's going on,
And they're
Banksy?
not technically
Prague
Romanian. I mean,
also has some pretty bad pickpockets over there.
a lot of them are Romas, gypsy Romas. I mean, they come from Romania, but you know, they're all across the map.
Yeah, dude. I remember even the Peaky Blinders, they're part Romanian because they're gypsies as
See,
well.
what's cool about that is like they don't do violent crime. You know, at least most. Like when I was in Romania, it's like nobody ever pulled a knife out on me. Like I got robbed a few times, but I didn't even know I got robbed. It's like an art, you know, it's magic. Like you just don't know what happens. So it is kind of like an art form, and I respect it.
From what I read about gypsies, they're like hustlers, bro. They're like more likely to talk you out of your money than
Exactly.
strong
They're not
arm you
gonna
for
like,
it.
yeah, they don't strong arm. It's like they're, you know.
Who's watched that movie Snatch by Guy Ritchie?
Hell
It's one of my
yeah,
favorite movies. Yeah, this is one of my favorite
hiker,
movies of all time, man.
hiker.
And, like the gypsies. Yeah, and Brad Pitt's playing a gypsy is so funny.
His accent was crazy in that movie.
It's the furthest thing you can get from a gypsy, though, is Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's
That's
exactly
like when they made
the part that's really funny.
that's like when they made what was his name? And then when they made Tom Cruise the Last Samurai or whatever.
Yeah, it's like nah, it just
I was
don't
like,
work.
man, that would have been a dope movie with anybody. I feel like some movies have to be an unknown actor, just so it doesn't screw it up for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that screwed it up for me with Brad Pitt with Snatch. The storyline was dope, but
Yeah.
Brad Pitt just screwed it up for me.
Yeah, that cast was dope. That cast was dope. He was like like part of the comic relief is having an American play the part. Usually Guy Ritchie has an all British cast. Like but in The Gentleman, Matthew McConaughey did really well
I
being in a
dig
Guy Ritchie movie.
the track
That
suits and
Gentleman.
gentlemen are dope.
Yeah, dude. The Gentleman, Matthew McConaughey did really well being an American in a British film.
Yeah, that's like another part of that series. You know what I'm saying? The gentleman and Snatch are related.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colin Farrell too was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, those tracksuits. I love those tracksuits. I shopped them, and they're you can only have them made custom. You can't like buy those tracksuits, but yeah, I looked for a while trying to find them. I wanted to pick them up.
I grew up in Brooklyn. All you saw was the mafiosos in their tracksuits. Still to this day. Go to Bensonhurst or some of those social clubs. They'll just be out there chilling.
I roll a couple of the Sweatcetos. Love them. You guys haven't seen them? Check them out. Sweatceto. No,
As
Mike
a kid, I
Rockets.
bought a couple of them because of Run DMC. You know, the Adidas, as long as you have black ones with 3 stripes on the shoulder and the arms. Those were dope.
Yeah, the
Plus
Sweatcetos are
pads.
velour. great for the winter time. Way too warm in the summer.
Yo, are my mods always this sus this early in the morning?
Yeah. They stay sus in the morning.
When Pepin and Mike are on the chat, they're on the chat.
Like, get a room, guys.
I didn't even roll up. I read enough. I was gonna scroll up and I was like, meh, let's not. I ain't in shit.
Man, I'm on the fence about this financial decision I'm about to make. The Bronco dealer. He's got
if
this
you're
limited
if you're in
edition.
the fence, then don't do it. That's your gut.
Well, no, I mean, I got to do something because I want to get out of this one lease I'm in. But he got there's only 250 of them. They're limited edition Bronco King of the Hammers edition, like some famous racer designed 250 of them for Ford. So they're like official. They still have the Ford warranties. And there's a brand new one, but it's from 2023. You know, it hasn't been ridden at all. And like the MSRP is like $135,000, $140,000. But they got it for sale for like between 80 and 88,000 right now, depending. And I'm just like, man, I mean, I saw one other place selling one for 90K. And I'm just wondering, is it worth it since it's a limited edition to scoop that up? Or should I just stick with the like regular Broncos that I love?
Ford Bronco, man. Oh my.
To 2023, but no miles.
The 90s,
Yeah, but
90s Bronco.
Dude,
I'm just
it's got all
wondering,
the
it's got
upgrades.
limited
It's got all the
factor.
stuff. It's got
Yeah,
all the
it's
stuff
got
you
it.
want to upgrade. It's got all the things you already want on there, and it has a really high resale value with low miles on it.
Well, that's the thing. If it has such a high resale value, why are they taking $45,000, $50,000 the MSRP right now? It's like
The dealership's taking their profit off it. They just want their money back. Been sitting there for years. Nobody will buy it, but you put it to the right place, like up in crazy place, like Beverly Hills or here in Aspen. Somebody will buy that thing in 2 seconds with no miles on it.
That's what I'm thinking.
$100,000.
That's what I'm thinking too. I might scoop it up. It's a beauty too, man.
Ask him. Be like,
Oh, you and
how long has this been sitting?
I guess since late 2023.
Yeah, they're trying to clear inventory.
I mean, it's more expensive than a Raptor. Their top model Raptor is like 100K, so it's like people are even like to buy 100K Raptors a lot. But I can understand no one wanted to pay like 140K, 130K for a signature series Bronco.
Yo,
But now that it's
shit's
at
rough out
80K,
there,
I'm
bro.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Now
Raptors
that
are expensive there. Raptors here are about, if I convert the price, is about 60.
no Bronco
Oh,
Raptor.
I thought you said Raptors are around 80.
Bronco. Bronco Raptors like 90 to 100.
Hard to make money after paying taxes on something like that.
Tax like 3.5, 4K.
Oh, that's nothing, man. Here where I live, it's way more expensive. On 100K, you're looking at almost 10 G's.
Try buying that shit outside of the country with these tariffs.
Well, it's 80. The purchase would be 80K. Plus, I'll be doing trading, so the tax. I might not even do the sales by trade in. A lot of people don't know if you do trade in, you don't have to pay the sales tax.
Yeah, that you still have to pay sales tax, but only on the difference in the vehicle price.
Right, but if they're the same price,
you know, you can rent. Excuse me. You can rent your car out on with Uber now. Or at least in Miami, you can. I don't know if they've rolled it out everywhere. But I don't know if you want people driving your shit.
Nah, I
I'm
ain't
just
good on
thinking
that.
it makes up for the time in between.
If I did anything, I would do that Tesla robo-taxi thing and just buy a Tesla and let it
That'd be dope
work for
too,
me.
bro. Buy one,
Yeah.
have that one buy you another one. You have a little fleet.
Yeah, man. Done right.
Is
I
that how
think
it
now is
works?
the time.
You own it?
What's that?
Is that how it works? You own the Tesla and it goes out doing taxi, or is
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
all
you-
owned by Uber or Tesla?
Yeah, yeah. You buy a robo
And you don't
taxi, you
drive.
can put your car up when you're not doing shit. It'll just ride around and drive people. What's weird is that now, though, I've seen a couple YouTubes of people getting in them. They've got monitors, so there's a human in the car that works with Tesla. He's not driving; he's sitting in the passenger seat, which I think is funny. Sitting in the passenger seat, and he's just with you on the ride. And I don't know if it's to make people feel more comfortable, or you know, if they're just monitoring. Eventually, there'll be nobody in it, but yeah, there was a dude in it. Every ride I've seen so far has had somebody in the front seat.
Yeah, they also all the current Tesla taxis, just because it's in beta, they still have a remote driver also watching the car while they drive around. You know what I'm saying? Like there's an actual somebody watching every single car in a someplace remote.
It's pretty dope though. There's a little screen in the back. You just type in what you want. There's a button that you can stop the car whenever you want, like a drop me off button.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy robo-taxi with my Dogecoin. Watch.
I'll get a robo taxi and one of those Optimus robots and sit them in the front seat and slap the shit out of
That'd be
anybody
dope.
that tries anything funny in the back seat.
And you could probably they could probably program that the Optimus. I guess you don't even have to turn around to smack someone. The shoulder probably has no joints, so it could do like full 360 arm, just smack someone without even turning around.
Bro, if that Optimus turns around and looks at you in the back seat, you're gonna stop doing whatever you're doing. You don't have to do shit. You got to make eye contact.
Yeah, I'd be tight. No joke.
How long after they go driverless completely, like with no human in the car, does somebody just fog it up? Just drive it around town and just fog it up in the back seat?
Yeah, but there's already been a driverless. I forget. It's another company in Phoenix they were
Waymo.
running. I think it was. Which one?
The Waymo, I think it's called. It looks crazy though, bro. It's got like a bunch of sensors on the side of it. It's got a little satellite dish on the top. Like the robo taxi looks clean, bro. You can't even tell.
Yeah, it seems like that thing might give you cancer or something with all those kind of X-rays and things on them, right?
Yeah, all
did you
that
see
LiDAR that's on it.
down when the LA protests are going on, people ordered them down into the protest and then lit them on fire. Ordered a couple.
It's
I mean,
creative.
because really, you're attacking a car with
It's like we
nobody in
want to
it.
do damage, but we don't want to be like, I don't want to do any. Let's just order. We'll order some property. Nah, in New York too. In New York, they find those little delivery bots kicked over all the time. Like it happens so often that there's a job where you go and just upright these robots.
Yeah, they had that with scooters in Philadelphia. This one dude was getting paid. He was just going around to like those plug-in public scooters.
Yep.
You just like lift them up and plug them back in.
Yeah, I know somebody that did that. They had a little warehouse set up. And they used to just drive around at night in a pickup truck and pick up all the like abandoned scooters, bring them back to the warehouse, charge them back up, and then drop them off at charging stations and get paid for it.
It's a loot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hustle. Bro, any job that you don't need anybody else for is a good job. Right? You, your car, nothing could stop you. You can spend all night grabbing scooters if you want. You know what I mean?
Reminds me of going to the airport and searching for carts to go return back for a quarter. Those were the days. Back in the day, though, a quarter was worth something.
What's gonna be cool is when they have like AI integration into these robo taxis, and there's a voice, and you just come in and talk to it. You know, take me here, take me there. Wait 5 minutes, I'll be right back. Speed up, that guy's trying to rob us. You know, like communication.
Tell me what the weather's like today and what the weather's gonna be like tomorrow. Then you can get deep. How you feeling today? I think they should inject feelings in robots.
Should I buy Bitcoin right now?
It's gonna tell you to buy Dogecoin.
Bro, if it's anything like human Uber drivers, they already have crypto. Almost every Uber driver that I'm sitting in a car with eventually brings up crypto one way or the other. Either I bring it up, they bring it up, or they're driving and they're looking at their, they got their Robinhood open. There's a lot of people that are doing gigs to buy. I mean, I live in Miami too, though, so it's not going to be the same everywhere. Everybody down here, for the most part, is tuned in.
I'd say the Philly area is getting a little bit tuned in.
You can tell by the amount of Bitcoin ATMs. I think that's the first sign. Right, that's the first sign that I saw in Miami was when there was just Bitcoin ATMs everywhere.
That's most people's kind of entry. You know, like that's the first time I bought Bitcoin was ATM. I didn't know anything about it. I was like, I saw the sign. I was from Romania. I was like, oh, Bitcoin. Okay, let me try. I got jacked. Worst spread ever. Probably spent, I don't know, for if I got $1,000 worth of, you know, whatever I put $1,000 in, I probably only got about $700 worth of Bitcoin, $650 worth.
Yeah.
Imagine what it's worth today, though, Drew.
Yeah, I know.
Aren't there like Litecoin machines in Asia all over the place? I thought Litecoin was like popping over in Asia.
I heard Doge is popular in Asia. I heard they like doggies there.
That's for dinner.
I was going to say that. Cats too.
Not too much on cats.
Big cells. I'm not scared of you, Carlos. Every time I see a big red candle, that's what I think.
$13 EMA cross, giving us the first bearish momentum on the 15-minute, right? The first confirmation of bearish momentum. What we waited for since freaking Tuesday. Price came above the 50. You see how your 13 never crossed? That's what waiting for confirmation gets you and saves you from. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't make a run for these sell walls. Exchanges don't usually miss a chance to get Bitcoin back on exchange. Possible. Another round of aggressive buyers coming in. Just fighting the funk. Let it happen. We have to come down underneath, excuse me. We have to come down underneath this double bottom to break structure. Yeah, that's the one thing that I think about Butthead. I don't even want to see what my robo-taxi is going to look like when it comes home. After a full night of picking people up at clubs and like, so I get the vision, right? You go to sleep, your robo-taxi goes up, makes a bunch of money for you, come back, you jump in the car, go to work. Now think of what the reality of that really is going to be like. You're going to get up in the morning, get in the car, it's going to smell like cigarette smoke, there's going to be vomit everywhere. God knows what you're going to find in the back seat. And you got to be to work in an hour.
Check the trunk for a dead body.
I mean, just ask anybody that drives Uber. You'll hear horror stories about shit that they got. And yeah, Uber pays for the cleanup and all that, but you still got to clean it.
Cabbies, I don't know. Like, back in the day, cabbies, man, it was a full job just cleaning their cars all the time.
Yeah, but
After
those
their night
yellow
work.
cabs were like all plat. You could literally just take a hose to the back of those yellow cabs.
Yeah.
All right, we broke structure.
I think it's, yeah, confirmation.
Structure.
Let's see if it bounces or closes beneath that 200.
The 600, the 106 is really where I'm looking at. I think it'll cut through that 200 like butter. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could have your optimist wake up an hour before you go outside, clean the robo-taxi.
I think in the beginning it will be worse because the novelty factor. A lot of people would just want to like vandalize and film to post on social media, whatever.
Dunes, you got an open
Over
mic, bro.
time, it
I mean, I know nobody wants to see it drop, but you gotta love it when a plan comes together. We had ample warning, knew exactly what to look for.
You know, a nice short to look at right now. I mean, like if you got your short in like really nice and high, ETH is about ETH is about to break that bottom. If it breaks that 2,400, huge gap all the way down.
I just jumped in a couple shorts.
Might have jumped in a little bit late, in my opinion.
I mean,
Yeah,
a
I jumped
little
in
bit,
earlier today.
guys. We spent all day waiting for that 15 to pass. I mean, your time to short, honestly, was at 107.38 once you got that confirmation. There is a really good chance that 106 holds. 106.1, 106.5. So you're sort of cutting into your profits. Oh, ETH. Well, we talked about it needing to reclaim this range, and we talked about having no daily candles close underneath it. So, if you're an ETH bull, you've got one job today: to get that daily candle back above that range. It's really kind of
All right,
nasty
guys, you
because
heard.
when you look at the price action, if we just turn everything off, when you look at the price action on the daily, we never got above the range, right? Rejected bodies twice, wicked over, and now we turn this candle red. You're talking hard rejection, which means chances are you're coming for vector.
Yeah, that's a double prong on the daily if that closes red.
It's not great. Where the hell is my... Yeah, I've been up too long. So this vector is what I'm talking about. We get a hard rejection off of that, you have to assume that we're coming down for at least half of this vector. 23.1, 23 flat, something like that. Not giving up on it. Got 8 hours left, but something's got to get to cooking now.
All right, guys, you heard him. Let's get cooking. Let's get cooking.
That doesn't look great. And you're talking also the 50 EMA. Remember, all your alts, not even your alts, anything you're holding right now should be above its 50 on the daily if you're bullish on it. If it's bullish. If it's rejecting off of its 50, it's not great. If it's still underneath its 50, it's not time yet. You still got bearish momentum. Doge is pretty far underneath its 50.
It's all right, little puppy. I still believe in you.
Nice little stopping volume candle off the 200. 200 heard me talking shit. 200 EMA is the 50 EMA on the hourly. Okay, so this is our mean reversion on the hourly to the 50.
So that math always works out. Like it's no matter where. That's always
Yeah,
200 would be.
divided by 4, right? So like
Ah,
the 200 EMA on the 1 hour is the 800 EMA on the 15 minute.
okay.
Because
I
it's
like that.
what it's doing, right? This is the average of the
Right,
last
right, right.
800 candles, or the last 815 minute candles, which is the
Right,
same
totally
as
makes sense.
200 hourly candles. Yeah. So each one of these 800, 200, each one of these are 50, the same mean reversion that we look for on lower time frames. This shows you that it's happening on a higher time frame.
That's pretty helpful to know that. Like once you grasp that, kind of gives you a better vibe of the things.
Yeah.
It's like a eureka moment.
$191 people. Good morning, everybody. Those who aren't used to hearing my voice at this time, my name is Dbloc. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Dbloc.
Appreciate if after you guys drink your coffee, you hit that like button.
YouTube got that funny voice. Be right back.
Nah, ETH is still bullish on the macro, Jacko. It wouldn't be anything crazy. Problem is, it's going to affect all the ERC20s that it's been holding up all this time. I mean, this all comes down to ETH BTC, right? If we look at ETH BTC right now. Remember when I showed you guys this? Where is...
Damn, look at Say. I freaking... You know, I was trying to short Say the other night. I tried twice, and I closed above 200, so I gave up. But now it's finally collapsing. If I had waited a few more hours, that would have been the thought.
Yeah, everything's sort of taking that ride. Remember when I showed you guys ETH BTC, and we looked at the last bull market when we bottomed out? How we did this sort of consolidation and then came down, put in a higher low, and then made that move. So we took that bar pattern, right? We took that fractal from this move, and we were looking at this accumulation that we had here when we were still going sideways. And what I was saying was, even though that looks good, we did the same thing last time, right? But we were still in this range, and I was saying if we break it and come down, then we have to start paying attention to this fractal a little bit. I mean, good news is we're at least at the point where we dropped to last time before we had a bit of a relief rally. The bad news is that that relief rally basically double tops or puts in a lower high and then comes down. But that's just an overlay from over 4 years ago, so take it with a grain of salt. but it was matching up good before it dropped, and now it's just matching up perfect. I wouldn't show Melania token for all the money in the world, bro. Let's just take a look for a second. Take a look at this chart and then ask me that question again. Oh, man. Yeah. No, I know. Well, that's stopping volume candles in. We know how this
That was the
works.
high for the week.
Stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. We're waiting for a body to close underneath 1068. Until then, we are temporarily bullish. I'll draw a line, I'll make it red. That's our bear line. Good thing is there isn't really any vectors to recover here. No vectors, no liquidations. This is going to take FOMO volume. Right? Really big volume spike on that stopping volume candle, but you would expect that. The following candles have to keep that same energy. Let's go to the 5-minute. Yeah. These subsequent candles are already falling off. But on the 5-minute, you do have a vector back up to daily open. Let's take a quick little glance at. Oh man. Yeah, it's going to be a double-digit alt day for some of these if we keep going at this rate. Say is understandable, right? Say hit that resistance and it had a decent push. But you have to watch out for Say is that this vector gap we're coming into. Right, from that push up. You've got support at like 228. That happens to be 50% of the vector. So that would be a sort of bullish spot for it to catch. BTC's lagging legacy in real time, at least in the last, you know, recent time, because we absorbed all that World War III news, right? All the FUD, all the world is over shit. We dropped on the weekend for that, right? But by the time Monday came around, there was already peace talks. So everybody expected Legacy to drop, and they didn't. So Legacy got all the bullishness from the peace talks without having to dig itself out of a hole from a dip, right? While we just dug out of the hole, they made new ground and all-time highs. It's a gift and a curse that crypto's 24/7. I mean, we can see it in the chart, right? If you just look at what's breaking all-time highs right now, shit, everything is. Look at ES. Right, almost at target 2, but it's breaking all-time highs. Right. Now overlay that with Bitcoin. Good problem. This is Friday. So had we just gone sideways and had this sort of move, then we would have probably broke all-time highs. But we come in and out of correlation, you know, and then price catches up. Yeah, but it's probably better to just lay it over others or something. You see? As BTC goes, as DOM goes down, alt explode, DOM goes down, alt explode. Eventually these will diverge. Right? DOM will come down, others will take off. You want to go one step further, you look at ETH BTC. Still reclaiming that vector. Let me get price out of the way here for a second. Alright, so this is ETH BTC and DOM. All right. Notice how when DOM bottoms out, ETH BTC tops out, an inverse. During the last bull market, DOM topped out when ETH BTC hit bottom. Right? So that same sort of M pattern or W pattern that we were looking at, that overlay that we did, as ETH BTC hit its lowest low, DOM hit its highest high. And then there was another attempt up as we made a lower low. And then that's when it started. So our question is this the bottom for ETH BTC? If this is the bottom for ETH BTC, then the top for Bitcoin dominance is very close. ETH is still coming back down. Right, we were talking about it earlier. It needs to reclaim this range by the end of the day. Right, if it doesn't reclaim this range by the end of the day, it's going to come down and clear some of these vectors on the daily. See how we rejected that range twice, now a third time? We got 8 hours to get ETH above 2454, or we're gonna come down into this vector. You're welcome, Tavison. I don't know who Bitcoin feeling like right now, but this shit is annoying. That stopping volume candle on the 15 minutes still alive. Right? Stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. If you're a bear right now, that's what you want to take out. Stopping volume candle is your enemy. You want to close underneath this white line. We just saw this episode before. Right? Reserve your bullishness until that 13 EMA crosses the 50. This push so far is volume divergent, but volume is picking up right now. Last couple candles. Yeah, on the 1 hour, we're retesting the 50 EMA. And that is one hell of a stopping volume candle. Remember that stopping volume candle on the 15-minute we've already established, right? Because we already had the bullish engulfing. To lock this in on the hour, you've got to close your hourly candle above 1074. And then we might be looking at something here. They're really trying to pull a carbon copy of last week. Watch, I'll show you. So remember how we looked at it and we said that it's basically inverted, right? We had the weekend. Let me get rid of some of this shit on the chart because all right. So we had our midweek reversal, right? Down into our trap longs, trap shorts, weekend trap. False move up that freed the trap longs, retraced, and then finished in the next 24 hours, giving us our high for the day. I mean, our high for the week. Then we had our 3-day retracement and our pivot, our midweek reversal was sideways. Remember? 3 days down, midweek reversal sideways. Then what did we do? Trap longs, trap shorts, went into the weekend trap. This time we came down, freed the trap shorts, popped up, made our low in the next 24 hours, had a 3-day reversal, and then now for our midweek reversal, we're going sideways again. Right? Same way that we did right here. It's like literally just
Are you ready to unlock
a
the full
mirror
potential of
image.
trading you
You got an open mic. Let's go.
You got an open mic. Let's go.
I don't know if I just nerded out too hard there on y'all, but I see it. Yeah, the difference is the direction. That's a good question, Olu. On Bitcoin, possibly. It's gonna come down to what happens in the next hour, right? This stopping volume candle on the 15-minute has worked its way into a nice stopping volume candle on the hourly, right? Which would be the retest of the 50. When you guys come in a Discord, please make sure that you're muted. Just assume that your mic is on and mute your mic on the way in. So that stopping volume candle on the hourly, right? We've got to close above it for it to be valid. The next 50 minutes, if we close in this wick, then we can just forget about that, you know, the bullishness from that. Yeah, it happens all the time. It's nobody's fault. But it happens so much that it should be one of the first things you check when you jump in the Discord. Yeah, it happens all the time, Kelby. It happens more often on mobile or when you switch, right? If you switch from mobile to PC or from PC back to mobile.
You were talking about the next hour. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, the next hourly candle, we want that to close. It's not looking great now, but we want that to close above the body, above where the body closed on that stopping volume candle to keep the bullishness of this candle. It's a very bullish candle. But if we close within the wick, then we're in wick discovery, and that sort of cancels it out. Like how we look for the stopping volume candles, the next candle you want it to be a bullish engulfing. You don't really want to see that. This is wick discovery. But we'll track the 15-minute one. Again, your 13 hasn't crossed your 50 EMA on the 15-minute. Right? So if you were bearish here, you have to be bearish here to wait for that confirmation. Yeah, what happens is when you trade EMAs, that 50 EMA is your mean reversion, right? That 50 EMA on a base level, when things aren't bearish or bullish, they're just above, will act as support. Your 13 EMA, when things are bullish, right? When you can be comfortable in your trade, your 13 EMA will act as support. Right? Yellow is price, 13 EMA is support. Once that 13 EMA breaks support, then you know you're going for your mean reversion to the 50. The problem is once you get underneath your 13, right? Like when you finally break your 50, once you get underneath your 13 starts to act as resistance. Right? If your 5 breaks your 13, or if price breaks resistance, right? Just consider your 5 EMA price, 13 EMA resistance. So if price breaks resistance, then it's going for its mean reversion. But it's not until resistance breaks your mean reversion that you got a confirmation of a shift, right? It was when your resistance here, or when your support here broke your 50, that price collapsed. So it's not just understanding the strategy, it's wrapping your head around why it works or what it means, right?
Is there a jobs report today or something like that?
Yeah, I believe that there was. Let's see. I know it's employment based. I just can't remember exactly what it was. We've got employment numbers coming for the next 2 days. Yeah, unemployment claims came in. Oh, okay. Good for the economy. Not that great for our risk assets, but unemployment claims came in under. But GDP came in at 0.5. It was expected at 0.2. Let's see. Did they update this shit yet? I'm gonna be watching this like a hawk. The probabilities for the July meeting. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made that Dom could double top at its local highs. Still really waiting for it to hit this fib. Not that it has to, but it's so close to its 786. 786 is at 66.19%. You already have people calling for it to go back to last cycle highs, which is BTC just spent a lot of energy since Tuesday staying above this 50. It took a lot of effort to keep price above that range. BTC's just tired. It hasn't slept. It was up all night. Had to deal with PC issues. Oh wait, that's me. My bad, I'm conflating. Hey, I'm at like 45%. Right? I'm letting you guys know from right now. Man, like 45 to maybe 48%. I think it's the opposite. Like, I'll have to cut myself off here in a little while just to keep from blacking out on somebody. It might be you, Pepin. It might be you. Nah, I'm real good at protecting my energy. So when I'm like, yeah, if I'm running on half steam, I'll cut Zeusy off before it gets crazy. Zeusy's fun to argue with, though. Everybody thinks it's that Zeusy feels like he needs to be right, and it's the opposite of what it is. There's no ego in Zeusy's arguments. It's not that he feels like he has to be right, it's that you're gonna have to prove that he's wrong. Like, he'll give you the counter to your shit, and you're gonna have to prove that he's wrong, or he won't stop. But that's good though, right? Because it exposes it. Well, the amount of people that I've heard get exposed that come in with some like half-ass, like emotion-based or something TA, and Zeusy just picks it apart slowly. Nah, that's good.
Reminds me of the best. I was gonna say, reminds me of the best lesson I ever learned in college. I had a constitutional law professor who, the very first day of school, and it was a year-long class. It wasn't just a semester. So I said, take out a piece of paper, write 1 through 4 on the left side, put your ID number up on the top right-hand corner, and I just want yes or no answers, and no in-betweens, no what-ifs, just yes or no. 1, are you for abortion? 2, are you for gun control? 3, are you for capital punishment? I don't remember what the fourth one was. And now he has said, okay, send all your papers forward. So now he's holding a whole stack of papers in front of the class. He said, okay, I have your answers to all 4 of these controversial subjects. He goes, these are going to be 2-term papers first semester, 2-term papers second semester. I went 10-page typed with all your sources and everything else, but you have to argue the opposite of what you argued here. So if you're for abortion, now I want
Yeah.
a 10-page paper why we should be against it. And holy shit, does that completely F your mind up and make you
Yeah.
look at everything from both sides of the,
Debate
ledger,
was
man.
like
But
that.
it was,
Coming into like
yeah, it was,
the in debate class and not knowing if you were gonna be for or against something, like just get handed a subject and then told, okay, you're for, you're against. It doesn't matter what
right.
you personally feel, but that, yeah, it exposes bias for sure.
Yeah, 100%. It was the best lesson I learned in all my college.
Zeusy Davy boy for sure. I could deal with Joe, but I'm gonna need him sober.
You have a couple of Joes on here, don't you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Talking about Joe. Joe. There's like 7 mics. Damn, now I feel bad. I mean, he had to go because it got to the point that all he did was troll, bro. It wasn't even like just sometimes. Like he would just come in and talk shit to people in the chat. People would ask questions. He'd call them stupid and shit. It's like, bro, you can't. You're not doing that. You want to troll me? Do that. You troll me all you want. I can take that. I'll never in a million years ban somebody from the chat because they said something about me. But you're not gonna sit here and just talk shit to people as they come in all day
Or your
long.
followers.
Yeah, bro, we're not doing that. There's a reason why this chat, for the most part, isn't like all the other live chats. It's super toxic, you know? Going on, Gears? Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. It goes for anybody, though, right? Like, there's always going to be fights in chat, but if every fight involves one specific person, then, like, you're the problem, bro. Yo, I think he was trying to get banned for the longest. That's one of the reasons that I didn't ban him. I'm just petty like that, bro. I'll be honest with you.
Or just make another account.
Yeah, if he wanted to, he would. But some people, we know him so well that you can't, like, you would have to come in and not say anything. Like, I would know him on an alt for sure. And the crazy thing is, bro, like, I might be petty, but I don't hold grudges like that. Somebody was to get banned from the chat and they came back and they just acted right. And I knew it was them, but they weren't, you know, they were just, I'd let it fly. Yeah, I came from troll like that. I was born there. That's where I was. Like, troll was my essence. The first time I even came into the old group, before I came into the group, I was trolling in the chat. I was just trolling people's TA in the chat when I was bored. But yeah, time and a place.
Yeah,
Nah.
when those people, whenever someone comes in on YouTube and like tries to troll my TA or something, or says, "Oh, you guys, your TA sucks." It's like, all right, dude. Well, then why don't you come into the Discord? If you're so good, come into the Discord and teach us some stuff. Because like, if you got TA that's so good, why don't you come in and teach it to the rest of the class?
Yeah, but you can't feed the trolls either. Remember, a troll's purpose is to get a response out of you. They're just trying to make you
Yeah,
feel something.
if they don't do that and they don't come in and they don't have good TA and they're garbage, then it's like, all right, well, then you were just talking shit. You know, it's like if we suck and you're so good, then you come in and do some TA. Like if you're so good, but I mean, it's like people even like back in the day, people would come on the channel and like ask for TA, and I would give TA, and then they would be like, "Oh no, this doesn't matter, that doesn't matter." I'm like, "All right, well, whatever, dude. You're the one asking us for TA." Like,
I try not to take it personal when people don't agree. I mean, the truth of the matter is that every possibility is possible, you know? But you can tell when somebody is asking because they're trying to learn, or somebody's asking because they just want to go back and forth. And you just don't spend time on those people.
Looking for that next entry. I guess we're just hanging out.
Yeah, same sort of deal. Stuck to this 50 just underneath it now.
this sucks, dude. I haven't been able to make a good trade in days.
I mean, honestly, there hasn't been any. You know, unless you were gonna chase something. There's a couple things that if you chase them, I guess they ran a little bit, but at that point, you're just trying to make something happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I was chasing that short, say, and then it ended up collapsing. But apes, it's like, okay, I'll wait for a rebound. When it retests this level, I'll short there, and then it just never does. It just keeps falling. That's why I like to try to get in as close to the top as I can, because
Weapon, it's still in there. You just gotta go to browse channels and find it through there if you don't see it on the side. Hold on. Yeah, I saw something the other day where Trump was saying he wants that crypto legislation on his desk ASAP. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I guess we'll find out. The Department of Housing announced that they'll be taking cryptocurrencies, not Bitcoin specific, cryptocurrencies as collateral for mortgages. Kind of interesting, right as our real estate president is loading up on crypto, that the laws change where you can now use it as collateral for property. I did find it interesting that it said cryptocurrencies, though. There was one caveat when I was reading it that said they have to be on centralized exchanges. So you're not going to be able to take out a loan on your Andy or your, you know, whatever shitcoin you have. Has to be on centralized exchanges. Yeah, somebody could very well collateralize their mortgage with a bag of fart coin. You know how huge that is, though? The fact that it's recognized as a collateralized asset, that means the shit's not going anywhere. You're not collateralizing 30-year mortgage on something that you think is going to disappear. And people on Twitter are bitching about it. They're like, "Oh, centralized. Why does it have to be a centralized exchange? Da da da." It's like, bro, how else are you gonna prove to them that you hold this crypto? Yeah, I mean, what it means for the average person is not having to sell their Bitcoin to buy that house. Yeah, it's the only way to do it, huh? I mean, what else would you do? Send a screenshot? Send a screenshot of your hot wallet balance? Like, it just makes sense. Not in TA, it's in technical analysis. There's a TA channel and then there's it's in, hold on, I'll show you. I'll tell you. Under research links. At 108, Dean. It if you just think about how it works, you don't really need the chart, right? Like if Bitcoin price is going down, so Bitcoin's going down in volume, but it's going up in dominance, right? It means that the alts have to be getting hit harder than Bitcoin. And the same to the, you know, the same inverse. Did I say volume? I told you I'm at 45%, but you're going to have to like translate. But yeah, I meant price. No, yeah, I meant price. Also be stable. Think about the times that we see that happening. BTC's reaching the all-time highs. Dominance is running. And alts are just sort of hanging out and waiting. Right? It's not till BTC breaks those highs that the alts start to go. Yeah. But they'd be pumping even harder if BTC was going sideways. Nah, you're good. Harder than if they were both decreasing. Right? BTC down, dominance down, alts sort of just run sideways. They run harder if BTC is going, like on the weekends that BTC goes sideways and Dom goes down and the alts make a run on their own. But the biggest pumps come from BTC pumping and Dom going down.
You know, one thing I've always noticed, Buck, is every time SPY or S&P is going for an all-time high, everything just kind of like slow bleeds until it makes its all-time high.
Yeah, it kind of sucks all the air out of the room.
Yeah.
Gotta remember, we're still babies compared to that market. Money-wise, you know? Market cap-wise. Y'all need to chill and chat, man. You wonder why girls don't stick around. Especially the wrenches. The ones that stick around probably mute you, Pepin. Yeah, that hourly candle has little chance of of closing above at this point, in my opinion. 10 minutes not gonna cut it. That's funny. What's going on, Ahmad? You're good, Mike. Yeah, Ahmad, I'm good, brother. Better than I deserve. Yes, why you have to be down on lower time frames, Isaac, if you're going to be doing quick scalps. The higher the time frame you are, the longer you have to wait for the confirmation. But remember, the lower time frame you go, the more fake outs you have to deal with, right? So you've got to find that sweet spot.
Looking like we break the 50 there. Or testing the 50, it looked like.
Big bye.
Big bots coming in. Big bots coming in. Watch out.
You get back in yet?
Yeah. I got back in this morning.
Hell yeah.
Early this morning. Got back in that doge. Got me a bigger bag now.
I'm contemplating getting some more. I need to look at it.
Yeah, my portfolio level is dollarized. It's down a little bit, but my coin count is up. So that's kind of what I've been trying to do, is just accumulate as much coin in case the alts do have a run. I'm hoping they do run soon. Something's got to give. I'm thinking Ethereum and the rest of the alts got to pick up like ASAP, like within these next few weeks.
Just watching that dominance.
Where's it at right now? Still around 65? I'm driving right now, so I can't look at anything.
Yeah, it's going up 65.9.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking Bitcoin. It looks like, it's been shown that it can hang 120, 125-ish. Once that hits, I think Bitcoin might start ranging between 120 and 110. And that's when the alts will start really taking off. And I think they'll be like one by one. We're either going to see Doge, Solana, or what else? Ethereum. One of those three rip first. I would say XRP, but XRP is still kind of ripped, so I think it still has some cooling down to do on the macro. But I think XRP is going to do good, but it's not going to be the first mover, in my opinion. Either going to be Doge, Ethereum, Solana, maybe even BRB and Cardano. Tron's been hanging too. Tron just overtook Doge. Tron's like in 8th place right now.
Yeah, about a month, maybe September.
Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling Tron, though. I'm not touching that. Dude, why is there so much traffic? I'll be right back.
Yo, morning, all.
Okay, man, how's it going?
Too much work, not enough time. So what do I do instead of going to work? I come out here and I can just bitch and complain more in my work meetings.
Are you taking a break?
Yeah, I need a little bit. My brain is mush.
Well, we're not getting much action here. It looks like we're hanging around this area.
Yo, yo.
Trump's about to start talking.
What's topping?
Trump's coming in to talk about something. I guess the big beautiful bill maybe is what they're talking about. But they're about to go live at 4. I just put a link in the general chat.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Yo, Trump's talking right now. He's over here talking about China.
Pump my bags, Trump. Pump my bags, Trump. Feeling good. Got back from the car dealership. Ready to roll.
Better start selling that car, Drew. Put it in the big cars.
No, that's what I just refinanced something that I was leasing. Now I'm got a much better rate since my credit is much better.
Swing by,
And a lot
swing by,
less
and,
per month.
yeah, swing by and swoop me up, Drew.
Where you at? Where you at?
From Seattle.
Kind of far, yeah.
The next time I'm in Miami, I'm looking you up though.
Oh, no, that's Dbloc's in Miami. I haven't been in Miami in like 2 years.
Well, crap, man. Where are you at now? Are you back in New York?
I'm in the tri-state. Yep. Just on the border of New York State. Close enough.
Well, man, I'm way out of touch. It must be been a while since we got to know each other.
What's up with like that crazy weather you guys been having? Wasn't there like some crazy storm you guys just had?
Oh no, it's been beautiful here.
Wait, so you're in Seattle?
Yeah, up in Seattle.
Wasn't
Yeah.
it like about like a week ago? Wasn't it like some crazy storms around there or something?
Not that I know of. We did have like one day of rain, which wasn't like unsurprising for Seattle.
So that day when like Lake Tahoe had those like that tornado thing or whatever, that everything was fine up in Seattle, huh?
Yeah. I heard about that. There was some like crazy tornado thing. I don't remember where it was at, but was it Lake Tahoe? I heard it was just insane.
Yes, like 12 people died or something.
Yeah, we had like a day of rain and right back to nice weather. Don't tell any Californians that. We want them to stay there.
Yeah, keep them down there. Yeah, my brother's not too far from here. He's in Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon can be fun times. A lot of no people areas. It's nice down there.
No people areas are the best areas. But yeah, it looks like Bitcoin's getting comfy here above 105. Pretty soon we're going to be banging against 108 again.
Cloud.
As long as we don't get a flush, man. I just keep feeling like we're gonna get a nasty flush. One of those like quick like 7K down flushes real fast and a pop up.
Well, there's that vector down there on the left. So
I just hope it doesn't happen, dude. It's gonna kill my stuff.
No flush, just plush. No whammies, no whammies. Big bucks, big bucks.
let's make a deal, Dre. Let's make a deal.
Dude, that used to be the best show. What were those little monsters called? I forget. Those little monsters that run up and down
Whammies.
this.
They were the whammies. No whammies.
Whammies, yeah, no whammies.
Big
Those
bucks,
were the
big
whammies.
bucks, no whammies.
That was the monsters were the whammies. Oh. Yeah, that was high tech back then to have like little cartoons running around the screen. That was like before Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I think Who Framed Roger Rabbit, that was like That was when they started getting good at that, combining the cartoons and people.
Yeah, that was a trip.
There was one that Brad Pitt played, and I forget the name of that one.
Cool World.
Yeah, Cool World is actually pretty dope.
Yeah, adult based. Dug it. Thought it was great. Still watch it every couple of years.
Yeah, I got to see that again. I haven't watched that forever.
Yeah, it was like the adult version of Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
And there's one more that was shot in the 80s in New York with a bunch of cats, alley cats. I forget the name. It was really good, though. It was like another one of those kind of cult films.
Top
But,
Gun.
what was it? No.
Top Gun.
Top Cat? Nah. You're talking about the crypto, right?
I think he's talking about aristocrats. Aristocats.
Virtuals are popping.
All right, I found the artist here. It's the guy, the director, Ralph Bakshi. He did Fritz the Cat, Heavy Traffic, Coonskin, American Pop, and Hey Good Looking was his last. It was pretty good. I saw that one. Hey Good Looking. They're all kind of cult NYC 1980s movies. Pretty dope, but animated.
You ever seen Wizards? True.
Nah.
Yeah, that's like an adult oriented way back in the day, like those late 70s, early 80s animated. It's pretty twisted.
Big buys, big buys.
Ta-da-da.
We touched 108 on Binance. Got a little slight rejection. Nothing crazy.
Will it hold that candle? All these tweezer tops, man.
I found it. It's called Heavy Traffic. That's the movie I was looking for. Heavy Traffic. I'll be right back.
Throwing on my list right now, Drew.
Yeah, it's a classic. Definitely, you'd probably like that. From I think 1973 or something. Ralph Bakshi. That's who made it. Wait, he did Lord of the Rings? No way. Ralph Bakshi did Lord of the Rings?
Like the original cartoon version, maybe?
Oh, okay. That's probably what it was. Yeah, 1978 Lord of the Rings. Okay.
And you know, it's crazy you say that because remember what started this conversation was when they were mixing humans with cartoons. They did that in the Lord of the Rings, like some like overlaid film. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Huh. Yeah, mixed media is cool.
Almost as them cool as them using scratching lines in the film to make the lightsabers for the original Star Wars.
They straight up scratched the film to do that?
Yeah, that's how they made the lightsabers. Yeah, that's exactly how they made them. They actually scraped away they used like a X-Acto blade or a
Yeah, exactly. Knife.
like that. Yeah, something like that. That's how they made the lightsabers. So basically it was just the light shining through the film. And then of course they tinted it.
That's awesome. Another good one is Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That was pretty good too.
Yeah, good one.
That was Spielberg, I think 1977 or something like that. I actually did a remix of that movie, like turned it into a music video.
With the potato mound.
Yep, with Devil's Tower. Come on, Doji, you got this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pump some Doji in some channels.
Yo, looking kind of flushy. Dude, this price action brutal.
testing that 50 right now.
Solana with another low.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to sweep licks.
That thing's gonna be fast, man. I think.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm in the right side of the market if we do go down, sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if alts made all new lows on the drop.
Yeah, I'm in a few shorts. I was hoping ETH would kind of hold a little more support where it was, but yeah, it's not doing terrible, honestly. I mean, might still be popping back up. Feels like a bit of a shake off to me.
Hello, just a quick question.
What was your question, brother?
Do you know about the liquidation levels indicator settings that Dbloc uses?
I don't know all of them. There should be in the Discord somewhere. But I know he turns off a lot of those settings.
I tried finding them in Discord everywhere, but I couldn't. I found the trading reality main one, but I tried my best for the liquidation levels, couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah, if you go down to the education section at the bottom, it's in liquidation.
All right, let me check. Thank you.
Yeah, if you can't find them, ping me. I'll copy the images into the bubble chat for this chat.
All right, okay. If I can't find them, let me message here on the chat. Thanks.
Feels like we're taking it out.
immediate short term. As we
About to retest that 200 on the 15.
Yeah. We got like 3.5 minutes till next candle close. Got 1.5 minutes on candle close here on the 15th.
What's up, beautiful people? How we doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Very good. Heading to work, watching Bitcoin being a dummy mommy right now.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah. I was kind of expecting this. I didn't feel too good about the momentum we had, but hopefully this means we can get up to some better numbers over the next week, right?
You said head to better numbers?
Yeah, over the next week. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. I'll take that.
Once this weekend's over, good consolidation, right? It's like that'll help build a push, I think.
Brandon,
Yeah.
are you Canadian by any chance?
No,
Uh,
American.
you threw in the A at the end. I haven't heard that because I'm Canadian, but I haven't heard that in a very long time.
Yeah, fair
Very
enough.
long time.
I used to game with a lot of Canadian boys. Yeah, we were both we were a mixture of toxic and polite at the same time. It was great.
Yeah, weird combo, I know.
Yeah. Are
Changes
you
if you go deep enough into Canada.
which side of Canada are you on? If I might ask.
Well, I mean, I live in New York, but I
Okay.
was born in Ontario, London, Ontario.
Oh, right on. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna be from Ontario. Yeah, cool. Well,
I
hey,
got a
man.
little. Is it bad that I got a little excited that we could have been the 51st, the 52nd state? I got a little excited.
Yeah, you guys are too strict with your borders, I hear.
Nah, bro, I grew up here. I was born there and started school here, so I'm the fakest
Oh,
Canadian.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. You're a American, right?
Yeah. Nah, just American.
Nah, that's up, man.
Americano. Damn, bro, these charts though. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised we haven't like really corrected, or retraced or whatever you want to call it. But I mean, we're holding
Yeah.
strong. Like somebody really does just they don't want to let it drop. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to be like a bit more of a dump, but I guess everybody wanted to battle it out, and like that's good, right? I like with
It's
the kind
interesting.
of with the kind of lower volume we were having earlier. I kind of wasn't expecting such a strong resistance. So
I
good.
know. And what sucks is we have like I don't know if it sucks, but I mean we have a weekend coming up, right? Like what's today's Thursday? What's that? I don't
Yep.
know what today's.
Yep. Thursday. Yep.
Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. So, potential weekend trap being put into place soon. If that even holds up. I mean, technically our weekend trap wasn't even really a full weekend trap last weekend. I mean, kind of
Yeah.
kind of ranged out a little bit and then stayed out there, which I'm not complaining about.
Yeah, it'll
But
be
yeah,
interesting to
I'm
see how it
interested to
goes,
see
I think.
if this does not drop by the weekend. How does that play out now? Like, do market makers keep it in the range until markets open Monday, or like, yeah, we'll see. I guess
Yeah.
anything can happen,
Yeah.
right?
We'll see. Yeah, I'm wondering if like we get a little more of a liquidity sleep, and then that gives us some gas to go up before the weekend trap sets. But getting kind of close on that time, so
Yeah, and I've been
yeah.
noticing a lot. I've been noticing that alts have been getting. I mean, not at the moment, obviously, but I mean, we've been getting a little bit more breathing room. Where if Bitcoin is hitting the shan, like is hitting the fan, it's not always holding dominance at the all-time high. So that's
So
been pretty cool.
I'm kind of wondering if that's where like that resistance came from. Is everybody came pouring out of their alts because they didn't want to, have their positions just completely tank, and they all dumped into Bitcoin once they saw it
Yeah,
dropping.
yeah. No,
You know,
I had to let go of a lot though, because I mean, I did good. I took my profits basically on that run up. Well, I'm not at this point. I'm still trying to make my money back. I'm not even really taking profits, but you know what I mean. But yeah, no, like what I saw last night into this morning, it was absolutely like juice squeezing, fruit squeezing, all these alts, and I'm like, no, 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 we can't do that. I'm not gonna get back everything I took. So I'm holding a small bag, in case we do go to Valhalla. At least I got something on the account. But overall, I'm waiting for a good entry right now. So I'm
Yeah, I
curious to see
mean,
where we end up in the next 12 hours.
there were definitely some alts showing strength too, and like I'd kind of seen it coming, so I was able to kind of switch sides to be on the right side of the market at like kind of right before we started to uh, head downward. But yeah, it was definitely it was a bit rough there for a second, for sure. Yeah, yeah. There's a couple like there's definitely it was cool to see though that there was some alts holding their EMAs even as things were dropping, or trying to at least, you know. So
Yeah, I
we'll
was
see what happens.
trying to listen to Dbloc and pick something with the high market cap, I guess. But I mean, I was surprised by Mog. Mog really. It wasn't going against Bitcoin or anything. It was still again squeezed out whenever dominance is high. But let me tell you, I made the highest return. Oh, what is this guy doing? Why are you driving like that, sir? Bro, people in New York can't drive for shit, man. If you can drive in New York, if you can survive driving in New York, you can go anywhere in the world and you will be more than okay. You can go to the Middle East, bro, where they don't even have freaking traffic laws, and you'll be fine. New York is so
It's funny.
savage.
I like New York traffic because at least if they're cutting you off, like they're going somewhere,
Crazy,
you know.
bro. People are
Like,
getting shot up here now. People are road raging and pulling out guns and shooting at each other. Like you can't even have a. It's not like I used to be. You can't just like race it off. I love racing. You can't just
yeah,
give the guy a finger or
nah,
you
people
get
take it
followed
too
now.
personally.
Yeah, you get
Yeah,
followed and they pull out. People are crazy. I got threatened to get shot before because I cut a guy off with his. He had a huge boil, bro. Have you ever watched the Fairly Godparents, Fairly Odd Parents? I mean,
yeah, 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 yeah.
there's that one kid with
I
the
love that
boil
stuff.
and he's got that huge boil. This guy had something like that on his head, and you know, like I'm working. I got my lights on, I got my vest on. I had to get through, and he was just being stubborn. So I made my way through, and he started freaking out, bro. Started freaking out in some weird language. His girl was trying to calm him down. He's got like I'm not even trying to make fun, but he had this huge boil. And I remember it was like right on his forehead, like over his right eye, and he
I
had
wonder
this
if
like
that
vein
I
look
wonder
to
if
him.
that had something to do with it too. You know, like it's
Maybe, and you never know. People are sick.
yeah,
Yeah. And then, but you know what it is, bro? Like he didn't really point a gun at me, but he made a gun, like a gun signal with his hand, like how a kid does, like pow. He did
yeah.
that, and he like closed one eye and aimed it at me, and like I just, I guess
Dude,
the enactment behind it is kind of what threw me off because it was like you could tell like he was really pissed and it was coming out of like experience. I don't know. It was just really weird. It gave me like a quick shiver down my spine. I was like, "Ah, screw this guy." And I left.
to me, it's just. I mean, it's almost as bad because it's like the intent. I actually had someone do that to me the other night, but I think he was just drunk. Um,
Yeah, that's
But I
different.
was like, that's like you shouldn't do that towards people ever. But I mean, it's a crazy world, man. It's not just New York, Like it's
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, there's
I
worse
think
places, better
you know,
places.
times are tough. Yeah, times are tough and chaos, and everybody's got their own personal struggle all the time, right? And rarely do we get to talk about those struggles or like be vulnerable about them in public, right? So like people have all this pent up whatever from who knows what, and it's better safe than sorry, right? Like bad day can
Yeah,
turn way worse real quick, unfortunately. So
that's what I'm saying. I know I'm a hothead a little bit. I could definitely be a hothead, but I know how to take control of myself. Like I'm not gonna. Especially if I'm with like if I have a girl with me or something or family, like I'm not gonna put them at risk for some just for pride and
yeah,
ego. If I'm by myself, then yeah,
exactly.
I'll speed down to hell. I don't give a shit. Anything
And
goes.
it's not
But
the
if I got people with me, it's a different story.
Yeah, and it's not the same days where you like it used to be you had to fight about it or whatever, and you wouldn't pull out a weapon. Like that was kind of just how you handled stuff if heads got too hot. But it's not like that anymore, man, and it's just not worth. It's not worth finding that one dude that doesn't like fair fights, right? So,
Yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
there's quite a
Everything
few of
everything
them.
changed.
Yeah,
Everything changed.
Yeah, but hopefully, like that's hopefully these things will eventually sort themselves out as we like progress as a species. But who knows, man? Like, uh, I don't know if access to the means to live is gonna change the way people choose to live, right? But hopefully, as those things start to improve, maybe
And I'll tell you one
maybe
thing that's
we'll
gonna
see
improve, and
some.
it's this bag. This bag after
Yeah,
this cycle. Let's go. So what's your
yeah,
altcoin?
yeah.
What's your successful one,
Oh,
or one that's kind of
uh,
holding itself up and not double bottoming?
Alright, so like I jump around. I I I tend to play a lot with Whiff. It's just been one that like I was introduced to by other members of the community, and like we just traded a lot. So I've like kind of gotten used to it a little bit. But
Mhm.
I mean, I try to stick to top 10 for the most part. Really, I mostly just trade, Bitcoin. That's my most success.
Yeah,
But
good move with that for sure.
yeah, and I'm still pretty new, like I don't want to like end up,
Oh no, by all
you know,
means, so am I. I
thinking
didn't mean to cut you
yeah.
off, but I didn't want
No,
to
no,
mislead you or anything. But yeah, I've only been here for maybe this is like month two. Well, I mean, in this group at least in this community. But yeah, trading overall crypto is definitely like month two, 2.5 maybe. I don't even think I hit
yeah.
three yet.
I don't, oh, that's awesome, man. Welcome to it.
Yeah,
Yeah. I've got like 5 months, but I'm really just starting to get to being more successful and better at my risk and like kind of understanding um some of the more important metrics of the market and kind of like just now starting to get my workflow, I think, in a space where I'm feeling a little
yeah,
more
hell
feeling a
yeah.
little more comfortable and a little bit, more convicted in my plays to um yeah, I've traded a few things like Wish and Goat. I was trading some Dexy there, although that was like grit and barren for a little bit there because it just didn't want to move in the direction I needed to. But yeah, and then
I'm
I'll go
curious to
back to
know.
like hype or near or yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, no, I was just saying, I'm curious to know how many traders here used to trade. I mean, I know, I can I can already name a few off my end. I'm sure do, but I wonder how many crypto traders like today actually traded legacy before they jumped into crypto, or if they had any experience with legacy. You know,
Uh,
I
so
did.
I
I
know.
traded all through COVID. Those were the greatest times of my life.
you what?
I've made more money during COVID during the stock market than I have the rest of the time trading.
Oh, nice,
Yeah,
bro.
overall, I've been more profitable or I don't think I've had really much losses with stocks. Um, I know there's a group like that
Lucky
trades
you.
in the mornings. So like whenever for market open, U.S. market open, there's a group that trades down on the trading floor, and they do that like pretty much every day as long as people are there. It's always interesting. Yeah, I think it's like good to just like diversifying your your portfolio. It's good to kind of diversify your trading skills too.
Yeah, yeah. I just feel like a lot of crypto traders that never even dabbled with legacy.
I found the stock market is so much easier to trade, honestly.
Yep, I agree. I think
So
there's also a lot more metrics. There's a lot more data out there. It's a lot easier to kind of point to something a little more physical sometimes.
and it's slower. I mean, just the slowness of it helps.
Yeah, mm, yeah, and a little less volatile in some cases. But I mean, everybody's got their own like I think personal strategy, and if it works for you, it's like there's no shade to people that just trade crypto or just trade stocks because like
Yeah,
that's like
there's I think there's more people that were trading cannabis that moved to trading crypto than trading stocks.
Yeah,
True that.
for sure.
True that. Yeah, I had to come up with a cash replacement after everything went legal.
Yeah. It's a good way to grow your assets in a different direction, right?
Yeah, I mean, I grew for a long time, 100% legal though. Like I won't fit in prison's life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Guys, I'm
And
not
the
gonna
beauty
lie.
is, yeah.
I got.
Hey, if we want to talk about traders though, the real nutballs are the forex traders.
Yeah, a lot of respect for that, man. That's a hardcore game.
But guys, I don't know, man. Timeline's making me feel a little bit bullish because it's not bullish on the timeline, but some of the fundamentals beneath all this fear and FUD, I can see something cooking. And I think these next few weeks are going to be very important. Decisions to be made. Not financial advice, but the bulls are calling. Can you hear them?
Yeah.
Sounds
No,
like
but further,
like Drew's in
further
Missouri.
on a serious note, though, like China and the U.S. seem to be getting on some better relations right now. There's going to be some trade going on. It seems like they're going to give the green light. The EU right now, they said they're ready to trade with the U.S. Like they're kind of begging, like, hey, come on, let's get this thing going. Forget all these tariffs separate on. Let's just do a deal with EU right now, so EU can trade freely with U.S. Things are going to start cooking, I think, even though summer's pretty slow. You know, there still might be accumulation. I'm not saying we're going to get a crazy pump coming up soon, but it's probably going to come unexpected when it comes. You know, there's no welcome sign or like, you know, get ready sign when these things happen. So I'm just saying it might be time to start thinking about preparation for the end of the summer, what pops off.
So, let me ask you, Drew, do you feel like that 98 was like our bottom before our pump?
I mean, right now I'm hoping for that, but I'm biased because I'm in position. But the way it's looking right now, I'm seeing that there's a lot of point of control in this last formation that we had above 104 right now, around 104,000. So just it seems like, you know, with the sentiment and everything, just like the framework we're going to get from Atkins, the chair of the SEC, of some other things cooking with some potential ETFs. Yeah, sometimes ETFs dump right after the announcement, but the build up right now, they're slowly kind of buying the rumors. I think is still happening with some of these alts and Solana, Dogecoin, XRP. You know, I can see I'm looking at the order books and they are getting a little more active. The volume's growing. There's Bloomberg gave them a 90% chance of getting approved. They moved it up earlier, like a few weeks ago. It was like 70%. And
Oh
they
yeah.
just moved it up to They moved it up to 90% chance of getting accepted. All three of them, basically. That's Solana, Dogecoin, and XRP to get accepted. So I'm thinking alt season is cooking right now, and alt season, if Bitcoin gets to hang out and doesn't revisit, because I think revisiting that 98 will spook a little bit. If Bitcoin gets out on the daily and does not break any daily body of candles below its previous pivot point, which 101,170. I don't care where the wicks go, but as long as our bodies stay above there on the daily, I think it's going to be safe. But that's kind of like the borderline. That's the line in the sand for me. 100, 1,000 on a daily open or close, basically.
Cool. Yeah, I've got a few different ideas of where things might be, but yeah, I'm just still learning and new, and always appreciate all the perspectives, man.
Yeah, I'm not looking at any MAs, any EMAs, even though there's a golden cross potentially on a lot of it's popping up pretty soon on the daily, 50, 200 golden cross. As long as Bitcoin kind of keeps it up here a little bit in this 107 range, 106, 108, that 200 is going to catch up to the 50. And we've seen before, if anybody knows anything about golden cross, especially with Ethereum, Ethereum doesn't hang around once it hits a golden cross. It's off to the races. And when that
Yeah.
daily 200 golden cross happens, you know, I think that's where it's like, all right, you want to be in position if you want that, like, risk, whatever to reward ratio. So if you're set up basically already, that's the time you want to be set up, whether you're going long or short. Of course, for the conservative traders, tight stop loss. But, when it gets closer, which could happen, let's say within a week and a half, it's like that's when things are going to start really ripping, when that golden cross. And the golden cross is more lagging, so you're not going to have the heads up because that golden cross is going to cross after things start pumping a little bit. So you
Yeah.
still got to, you have to be on your toes for these things.
I feel like earlier with alts, I saw a lot of alts trying to find some structure and create some bottoms and trying to create some strength right there. Even as we were dropping a bit. So I definitely feel pretty bullish for the future for kind of the whole market, man. So, yeah, looking forward to it. See where price action takes us, right?
Yeah, I mean, to see Bitcoin hanging out at these levels after all this FUD and everything that's going on in the world, of course, sometimes that FUD actually can fuel the fire. But I'm just saying, Bitcoin is hanging comfy above 100K. Yeah, it breached a little bit here and there, but this area is forming a lot of support. As long as no kind of black swanish thing happens, I think Bitcoin's going to show its resilience until this bull market's over.
Oh yeah, and I mean, even if something happened, that's still that honestly just kind of increases my bullish sentiment a little bit because of a dip because of a black swan event. I I think would just give us more of a spring, right? So
Well, yeah, it depends what kind, but yeah, you spring back nice after Black Swan. That's when the money's made. A lot of money's made on the Black Swans, and you don't get those often. I'd say one every 4 years, maybe.
yeah, so
Yeah,
I feel bullish. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as I said, I made so much money during COVID. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, that's when the money's made, man. If you have dry powder, if you're a spot trader and you have dry powder, and you wake up and you're like, oh, everything just dumped. Luckily, I was in a position, and all your buying power is ready and liquid to go. It's like, those are the days when there's blood on the field. You just buy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this kind of last leg of the market for the bull season. Unless of course we end up having a super cycle or something, but I'm the last to know what that would even look like. So
I mean, U.S. wants to be the crypto capital. It's obvious. We got 4th of July coming up. U.S. is going to want to show off some things about crypto. And I think just that narrative that U.S. wants to be the crypto capital of the world, whether it's going to achieve that or not, is good. And with the framework that we have right now and like the pro Bitcoin, pro crypto, not maxis, but close to maxis we have in office. I mean, we got like, what's his name? Vance. He's a straight Bitcoin maxi tip, basically, like he's one of those maxis almost. That's what he used to be back in the day.
yeah,
Not
yeah. I
he's
actually
invested. He's not like all in or anything like that. Or I hope he's not all in, but he knows what's up.
I actually feel like I was seeing, just looking at the daily chart, I was seeing something that felt interesting to me about around the 4th of July. So not sure what that would be, but
Well,
definitely.
there's a lot of trend lines that lead up and spider
Mhm.
lines that kind of lead up to that area that where a break it or make it point is apex, and they cross. There's a lot of crossing lines that happen around 4th of July.
Yeah, yeah. And I was drawing some fib circles, and it just everything seems to line up there for something good. So, but
Something
I'm
explosive.
I have no idea. Yeah. I'm just seeing what I see too. So I'm hoping that I get to see that confluence in reality, right? That would be cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's just right now we've been everything that crypto heads have been begging for with the not regulation, but with a framework and the government. What's their say in crypto? Do they have a say? Are they gonna give us some guidelines so people aren't scared to get in? Institutions aren't scared to get in. Right now, the institutions, they're still scared because that framework's not out yet. He's still drafting. But once it's out, there's going to be so much money coming. It doesn't mean it's going to pump the price, because some people might be waiting for that to be their exit. You know, when the new money
Yeah.
comes in, some people would just still go sideways or drop a little bit. But I know there's going to be a lot of money coming in once that draft is finished and they say, okay, the digital asset framework from the SEC and guidelines is ready. They're going to be sitting in line to put their money in.
Yeah, I do feel like also with kind of we're getting through that at least initial, chaos of potential war kind of thing. It seems like already I've started to notice like the news seems to be pointing back towards crypto a little bit here and there. So and the markets. So like yeah, I think that's a little bit bullish for it as well, right? We can get some stability in here and those markets can get pumping, man.
Yeah. And Bitcoin's
Yeah.
fighting here. This hourly, it's hanging on the thread right now. But I think we can hold these levels, even if not. If we revisit 104, 103, I don't think that's going to shake out too many people, and you'd have a nice little bounce. Maybe previous resistance that we had at 102,800. Use that as support for the local and start bouncing off there. I think that would be pretty strong support. 102,800.
Copy that. Yeah, I was seeing something between there and here as well. Just kind of if we did go down, I think we grabbed some wicks and we got some more gas,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, the hourly does have a little gap. If you look, there's a gap in between 104.7 and that at 102.8 I was saying. So that's kind of that gap that doesn't have to be filled. It's a small gap. I'm on a local, I'm on an hourly time frame. But
Yep.
that's the previous resistance we had before we kind of dumped and then took off. So it would make sense
Yeah,
to test it as support.
yeah, we've got our 200 we are on now, and then we've got our 800 hanging out down there at like 105, 105.2, right? So feel pretty good about the market today. So, well, happy trading and safe trading.
Safe? Nah, not me.
Or stay safe, stay dangerous, right?
Yeah, baby. I'm living dangerous. I'm all in Doge.
How's Doge looking? I actually was
It's holding
looking
up.
at it a bit there. Yeah,
It's
good.
holding up. We're all here wishing, hoping on wishing on a prayer, whatever, on Elon Musk giving us some love soon. That's what the Doge Army is basically on their knees waiting. Please, Mr. Elon, please, just throw us a bone.
The just offer price, that doesn't look like a terrible entry. I haven't charted it, but yeah, it doesn't look too bad. No?
Yeah, I've just been swinging in and out, accumulating as much as I can on the way down. Started buying at like 22 and then kept on scalping it all the way down.
Yeah, buddy. You hear it, man.
Thanks, likewise, man.
Sure.
I think we got new lows coming on everything, boys.
Oh, yeah. I like that. I like better entries.
Yo, 88 Chrome Dome, back in, baby. Back in that Dogecoin. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Nah, no big buys there, bro.
Oh yeah, we had 3.3 million, $5.7 million buy. There's a few. There's one on OK. Yeah, OKX. It was $9 million. Just got popped.
It was just countered instantly. Going down, bro.
Nope,
You
nope. We going up.
Think
We're
about this,
going
dude.
up, baby.
Everything
We
is
going up,
all-time
baby.
highs.
The
Stock market's
bulls that got
all-time
control
highs.
right now.
Where's
Bears
the
are
sell
getting
pressure
cooked.
coming from? Where's the sell pressure coming from?
I can smell the bear meat.
We got Nvidia, price discovery, everything all-time highs. Yeah, crypto is, it seems like a massive wall of sell pressure is hitting everything.
Man, crypto is chilling. Bitcoin still at $107,000. Just a little bit under. We hanging.
Feels like a
We were just at 30K yesterday. Bitcoin is a beast. Can't be toyed with. I used to be a hater. Now I'm a lover.
I love to hate it. Or hate to love it.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I still kind of hate on Bitcoin just because of a little bit of the hash rate factor and the mining.
To that hash
kind
rate
of.
factor, dude. We're going down. That hash rate factor is
Nope.
killing Bitcoin right now,
We're gonna
dude.
hang out. We're gonna hang out, and once everyone realizes that Doge is the move, then Bitcoin's gonna go down. When everyone floods over and we do a seesaw from Bitcoin to Doge, that's when it's gonna happen. People are like, what the hell? They're gonna be like,
145.
they're gonna
Oh,
be like,
wow.
people are actually selling their Bitcoin for Doge. What the hell is going on? You're gonna see that BTC Doge chart just reverse, and people are gonna be sitting there with their jaws on the floor, drooling, like, what went wrong? How did we not see this coming? They're gonna be like, oh, the writing was right there on the wall. Doge was the play all along. Doge to $1, baby. Watch out.
Palantir almost hit 150 today. So all we needed to do was buy Nvidia at the bottom, and it would have outperformed everything, bro. Palantir, or Palantir back in like November. Oh, you would have been chilling.
Moodang. If you guys would have scooped that when I gave it to you guys at 20 mil, you guys have been hanging.
Yo, Moodang about to revisit those 20 mil lows again, dude.
Maybe. I might re-scoop it again. I just wrote it from 20 million to 30 million. I was happy. I was like, that's enough for me. I don't want to get greedy. Thing went up to 300 million. Same thing with Voxer, man. With Voxer, I was riding it from like 0.007, 0.008, wrote it up to like a cent and something. And I was like, all right, let me not be greedy with this. And then it went up to like 10 cents. I profit at like 1 cent. But I made some good money, so I can't cry. And that's just going to happen with those. I'm going to take profit a little bit under $1, and then it's going to go to $10. And I'm going to be like crying to you guys, even though I'll be basking in the sun. But I'm still going to be crying because those is going to go to $10 while I take profit a little bit under 1.
And then you're gonna watch it run up to $6. Okay, 472.
420, baby.
469.
Oh yeah, speaking of 469, Elon's birthday is tomorrow, and he's 69 days away from 420. That's his birthday.
So he's trying to relate his birthday with Hitler's birthday. Is that what you're going with?
I'm going with he might
Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there.
69
That'd be
days
a
after. Is that Hitler's birthday or death date?
No, his
that'd be
birthday
a
is 20.
that'd be a meticulous amount of planning on the part of the parents there.
But people are going to realize that Elon has not forsaken the Doge, and he is the Doge father, and he has not abandoned his child. His child shall conquer. If anybody's low on funds, they can earn some Doge. If they go on Doge operating system and play some of those games, it spits out free Doge.
Did not know that. I like free Doge.
Yeah, go to Doge OS on Twitter, Doge OS.
Nope.
And check out what they're doing. It's pretty cool. And these are the same guys that did my Doge wallet. That's been around, and that dude, that Elon Musk, always retweets Doge designer. So they're behind that, this whole Doge operating system.
Yo, Drew, dude, never mentioned it, but of course, I mean, anyway, like in 2020 or 2021, the Satoshi Nakamoto or whatever, right? Isn't that the guy?
Yeah, Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, he replied to a tweet that I had in like 20 or 21.
Everybody, I mean, nobody really knows if it's a he, if it's a group, but I would bet it's probably, I don't know, I don't think he had a Twitter account.
Or the CIA.
Or if he did, nobody knew about it. He wouldn't be posting as Satoshi Nakamoto if he did.
The Doge guy?
Oh, you're talking about
yeah.
Shibatoshi. You're talking about that dude. Okay, you're talking about what's his name? Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Billy Marcus, whatever his name is.
Oh, hell yeah. Thanks, dude. My bad. Yeah,
I thought you were talking about
Satoshi Nakamoto. No.
I thought you were talking about the OG Bitcoin dev.
Nah, dude. Nah, dude. If
I
I had,
that?
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that is likely the feds or a scammer if they're Satoshi Nakamoto messaging you.
No, but if it's Shibatoshi, he gets involved.
Yeah, it was Shibatoshi. It was the Doge guy.
Yeah, he blocked me on like 4 of my accounts.
Tom Brady blocked me, and I was talking about his wife who divorced him. You know what I mean?
Well, I called him out. I was like, this dude is over there. He's grifting off the community, trying to sell them like some stupid ass NFTs. And meanwhile, people in the community don't know. Even though he created Doge, he dumped on his friends basically to buy a Honda. His supply, like he would have had so much money, he wouldn't have been so bitter on the timeline if he would have held. But what he did, he dumped on his friends basically, on the whole crew, so he can buy himself a Honda. And I called him out on that. I'm like, oh, I was like, too bad you couldn't just hold off on that Honda for a little bit later, because now Dogecoin market cap is bigger than Honda's market cap or whatever. I forget what I said, but he blocked me on that account. And then I called him out on some other stuff. But yeah, he dumped on his homies basically. And
honestly, bro, the fact that I've never heard that and you're telling me that you said that and then you got blocked makes me just believe it, and I'm not even gonna look it up. I believe that.
Yeah, just look it up, man. He sold all his Doge super early, and they were supposed to hold, like, of course, like, like, okay, we're gonna hold and do stuff, but like, he kind of just did it kind of on, and he got in a fight with the dude Andrew, And that dude doesn't like Elon that much either. They all had some beef, but Billy Marcus was kissing Elon's ass for a while, but then Elon stopped retweeting him, and then Billy Marcus got kind of bitter because he saw Elon was turning Republican, and Billy Marcus is more kind of like on the left side, so he was a little bit butthurt. But it was, anyways, people were clowning him, but it is true, man. He straight up dumped his tokens on the Dogecoin community.
What was the price of Doge at the time?
It had like it was like 0.0000000.
Okay.
Yeah, it had like 5 zeros, you know. And
Dang,
he
dude.
just straight up dumped 80% of his supply, just dumped it on everyone. And when they were like making jokes and having fun with it and saying, let's use this, you know, we'll just tip people and whatever, he was like, yeah, we'll do that. And then bang, just sells all his stuff. Kept like
Yeah, I remember
not even.
that was when Doge made me think I was rich because I had like 2 trillion of something.
Yeah, bro.
What's up, Rick?
But yeah, so that's why I don't trust that dude Shibatoshi Nakamoto. He's a LARP. He be LARPing.
I hate that. I'm glad I know that. This was back when it was still Elon was still retweeting him.
Yeah,
or
they
whatever.
were cool. Elon
This is
doesn't
back when
retweet him
Twitter
anymore.
was Twitter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now Doge Designer is kind of the one that gets Elon's love.
Yeah, I see that. Well, dang, dude. I thought it was. I mean, I guess it was kind of cool at the time. It's not like I like tell people about it, but
No, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. He is the Doge. He is one of the devs, you know. So
yeah, but dude, he's a trader, bro. He's a trader, bro.
He's a total trader. And he grifted on the community. And he dumped his NFTs too that he sold. He's like, oh, these are going to be Dogecoin fun community. Sold them super expensive. Dumped them on everyone. They're like these little 8-bit Doge things. I don't know if you've seen them. It's like his logo, his PFP is one of them too, I think.
Okay.
It's
okay,
like it's like an 8-bit Doge thing. And he just made a bunch of 8-bit Doge pictures. And he didn't ask permission from Kabusu or whatever's owner. Like now the Dogecoin Foundation, they got copyright stuff on that. So if anybody really like, you know, if they want to do some beef and someone's using Dogecoin, the Doge logo properly, they can actually go after them now. They probably got lawyers and everything. I mean, they put the Doge logo in the F1 race, the Indy 500 was just in there. So that was pretty big. That's another reason I don't mess with Pepe, because nobody's really talking about that. Like, how are you guys just going to run around with Matt Fury's work like this when Matt Fury never signed off, you know? At least the woman that took the picture of that Doge photo, she signed off and she got compensated.
Oh, snap.
Yo,
But
Matt
the
Fury
Pepe logo.
Matt Fury got compensated. They sent him like $1 billion or some tokens. He
No,
made like $1 million.
listen, I was part of that. He got some of my tokens, and they sent him. It was at the time it was about $1 million worth of Pepe. When he dumped on everyone, it was only 700. And listen to this: what an idiot! He's big. He's a bigger idiot than I am. He had more Pepe than I did. He dumped it at 300 million market cap. All his donation that the poor community gave to him was all from the poor community. I'd say like a quarter, not a quarter, maybe 10% of that was mine. And he just dumped it. And then that's when Pepe ran to billions. What an idiot. Dude dumped at 300 million. So, and it was just given to by the poor community. It was unofficially donated to him, just got sent to his wallet without him accepting it. So it's unsolicited donation. It wasn't like he got compensated for a logo. It was just like, hey, since we made your logo pink, you know, it was a pork logo. It was a fork Pepe, which is whatever that, you know, Pauly's whatever dunk project. So, you know, he wasn't like, yeah, he got paid for it by somebody just like giving him a tip, but it wasn't like he never signed off to give anyone permission to use it. So there's a liability for anybody that messes with Pepe. One day, you know, he can put a cease and desist to Coinbase, to all these exchanges, and say, stop using my logo or stop using my drawing, my art, you know, and that is his artwork.
Bro, I would set all that whole lawsuit thing up and in private, and then I'd short the shit out of it, and then I'd let it go public.
But there is one thing. There's two versions of Pepe, and a lot of people don't know this. If you guys ever notice, sometimes